I just need like 90 seconds to talk, and then you can go to commercial. But I'll explain the intro and everything. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship here in Marblehead, Massachusetts, hosted by the Corinthian Yacht Club. My name is Eliza Gary. I'm U.S. Sailing's Communications Manager, and I'm here to kick things off. We'll be joined shortly by Clinton Hayes, who is chair of the U.S. Team Race Committee, and a local sailing icon as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Our live stream is brought to you by GoPro, and we'll be featuring some drone footage as well as live action right on the boats with GoPro cameras. Thanks so much.
We're having some fun now, man.
Hi, everyone who's watching. Welcome to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships, the Rose Cup. My name's Clinton Hayes. I'll be here with you for the next few hours today as the competitors just finished the round robin this morning and are moving into the quarterfinal racing. We are here in beautiful today, a little bit cloudy, a little bit windy, Marblehead, Massachusetts, at the Corinthian Yacht Club, who's the host. They have me set up here on the porch, so this is where I'll be commentating from today, and, I think in a little bit we'll get the drones up in the air and get you some live racing, but before we go live, we can kind of talk through some of the results that are in so far and some of the competitors, and then hopefully we'll get some live coverage soon. So, as I said, this morning looks like they finished up the round robin, which every competitor races every other competitor, and they just moved in to the quarterfinal racing, and they just finished quarterfinal. The first race of the quarterfinals. So the quarterfinals looks like the first to 3 wins will win a quarterfinal. So there could be up to 5 races. And for race number one, it doesn't look like there was any upsets yet. In quarterfinal one, Morgan Pinkney, the number one ranked sailor after the round robin with 8 wins, beat Pierce Dowd, who qualified in 8th place, 3 wins after the round robin. So, no upset there. Same thing in quarterfinal number 2, Hamilton Barclay, who qualified in 2nd place after the round robin with 6 wins, beat who I think is our youngest driver and only female driver, Sienna Nichols, who qualified in, I guess it's 7th place with 4 wins after the round robin. Quarterfinal number 3 is sort of the same thing. Thomas Seitzman beat James Pline in the first race. And quarterfinal number 4, 2 teams who both finished the round robin, Peter Bush and Dylan Sy. Peter finished with 5 wins. Dylan finished with 5 wins. So 2 pretty evenly matched teams. And Dylan Sy took the win in the first race. And those are the results we have in so far. The other race series that is happening right now is a knockout for 9th and 10th place. So the teams that qualified in 9th and 10th, Connor Bennett on 2 wins and Thor Svensson on 2 wins. Kind of a battle of the San Francisco Bay Area. Both those teams are from out there. We'll race same as the quarterfinals. Looks like first to 3 wins will finish in 9th place, and the loser of that will finish in 10th place. So we will continue following results. Looking forward to that. If you do want to follow the results, the best place is matchracingresults.com, and you should be able to find the Rose Cup on the homepage there, and you can click into it and look at results. But yeah, I think the forecast today is, as I said, it's a little bit chilly here in Marblehead. It is overcast, and it should be overcast pretty much the whole day. Chance of rain later in the day, but also I think the big story of the day is increasing south wind. So it's, I was just pulling up Sail Flow and out at Children's Island where they're racing just outside the harbor here in Marblehead. It is blowing 14 knots with gusts up to 16, and that's only supposed to build today, all the way, really all the way through the end of the day, kind of getting over. Probably see some steady wind, 16 to 18, puffs over 20 this afternoon. So I think the big story will be which of these teams can sail the sonar quickly in heavy air. So that'll be interesting to watch as this racing goes on. Especially as we get in the quarterfinal or semifinals after these quarterfinals are over, where some of the top teams after the round robin will meet each other. So I think maybe one thing we can do, we can read off the competitors here. So as we yesterday they almost got through the full round robin. They finished it this morning. So if we go through sort of the round robin results, finishing in a tie for 9th place. So, both teams on 2 wins and sailing in that 9th, 10th knockout today. One of them is Connor Bennett in team. Connor Bennett is from San Francisco Yacht Club. Done a lot of sailing out there, done some of those U.S. match racing qualifiers in the Bay there. I think his dad is Sean Bennett, who is a pretty good match racer. I've sailed against him, lost against him a few times. So, certainly some match racing pedigree. Looks like Connor does some I-420 stuff out there too. In Connor's team, we want to make sure we introduce everyone. Is just pulling up the crew list here. So it is from San Francisco Yacht Club, Connor Bennett, Ellie Shand, Robbie Upton, and Dylan, Dylan Bolonis from San Francisco Yacht Club. And that other team who also tied on 2 wins after the full round robin, Thor Svensson. Thor, I'm looking for some notes on Thor. He's a local out there in San Francisco, from San Francisco Yacht Club, and Thor's team is comprised of Tristan McDonald, Henry Schultz, and Merritt Sellers. I spent 8 years out in the Bay Area, so a lot of last names there that I, on both that boat and Connor Bennett's boat, that I recognize, mostly from their parents, I think. So that's great to see them out here on the East Coast doing some match racing. Moving up the list here, so that was 9th and 10th place after the round robin. In 8th place after the round robin, the last team to make the quarterfinal and racing off against the first place team after the round robin is Pierce Dowd. And Pierce is a local team here, so I think everyone here at Corinthian is rooting Pierce on. They had 8th place last year at the Rose Cup, so looking to potentially improve on that last year. Do a lot of keelboat sailing. They were 3rd at the last year's J70 Youth National Championship, so a really good result. And on Pierce's local Corinthian Yacht Club team is Luca Antonenti, Eloise Goodcoop, and Kate Myers. So, good luck to them. Tough task ahead of them, having to race, the number 1 qualifier out of the round robin, Morgan Pinkney, who's got quite the match race resume, and they're already down 1 race against Morgan. So we'll see if that team can bounce back. 7th place after the round robin, Sienna Nichols finished the round robin on 4 wins, and Sienna's again racing off against one of the top teams in the quarterfinals, Hamilton Barclay, as we discussed before, also down 1 race. Sienna, I hadn't heard of Sienna before doing my research here for commentating today, is from Balboa Yacht Club. Very young, I believe just finished her freshman year in high school, so I think that makes her, if I'm correct, the youngest driver here, potentially youngest competitor, and also the only female driver. So that's great to see her here and doing so well, qualifying for the quarterfinals in 7th place. Some result highlights for Sienna. Finished 2nd at the California Dreaming Series stop this year. Those very competitive match race series out in California, where you win through those, and then that qualifies you for, I think it's the Ficker Cup, if I'm correct, and then the winner in the Ficker Cup, or it might be the other one, qualifies for the Congressional Cup. So those are really competitive series. Participated in the U.S. Women's Match Racing Championships last year in Annapolis. So that's really impressive. And on Sienna's team from Balboa Yacht Club out there in Newport, the Newport Beach area, is Liliana Brennan, Eddie Killam, and Maddie Nichols. So good luck to them. Great to see them out here. Moving up the results sheet, qualifying in 6th place after the round robin is James Pline, also on 4 wins. Looks like James and team won the tiebreaker against Sienna to qualify in because of their head-to-head results. James beat Sienna in the round robin, so that will break the tie. So James finished in 6th after the round robin. And James is also pretty young. I believe in high school. A lot of these other drivers are, I think, well over half of these drivers are in college, potentially more like 70 or 80%. So James, I believe, is still in high school. Quite an accomplished Opti sailor, 2nd place at Opti Worlds, which is extremely impressive. Probably the U.S.'s best result there ever, I think. Don't quote me on that, though. And also a very good single-handed sailor. I finished 1st in the high school single-handed national championships this fall, so quite good. And then also 2nd in the ILCA4 World Championships in 2023. So, young, great single-handed results, and taking some steps into match racing here. So quite impressive to qualify in 6th. Again, racing tough task ahead of James and team, racing against Thomas Seitzman, who's we'll talk about Thomas later, but in college with some probably quite a bit more keelboat match racing experience. And also currently down 1-0 in that semifinal. So we'll see if they can bounce back. James's team, before we move on, we'll introduce them. They are from South Carolina Yacht Club, and it's James Pine, Nathan Pine, brothers maybe, I'd assume, Logan Mraz, and Addison Fisher. So good luck to them. Moving on up, we talked about quarterfinal number 4, Peter Bush and Dylan Sy, both tied on 5 wins after the round robin, with, let's see what their head-to-head results were. So it looks like Peter Bush won that tiebreaker by beating Dylan Sy in the quarterfinals. So Dylan Sy qualified in 5th place to this quarterfinals. We'll talk about Dylan first. Dylan is from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, a bunch of teams from that area, 1, 2, and then from that yacht club, and then 1 team from Balboa. Dylan competed in this event last year, got 6th place. So in a position to improve on that this year. It looks like very good double-handed sailor. So 2nd at Club 420 Midwinters and 2nd at the Club 420 National, or 4th at the Club 420 National. So very, very good there. Dylan, I was just doing some more research. We'll introduce Dylan's team first. So Dylan, again, as I said, from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Dylan Sy, Dylan Garcia, Michael Sentovic, and Shea Wood. And I'm also seeing that there, Dylan's from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, but it looks like the crew is from a bunch of other yacht clubs in that Southern California area. So Newport Harbor Yacht Club, BCYC, I'm going to guess, is that like Bahia Corinthian Yacht Club or something like that? Unless it's, yeah, that's my guess. You can correct me. And ABYC, I'll guess Alameda's Bay Yacht Club. So we'll see if I'm correct on those. So that's Dylan. And again, Dylan's racing Peter Bush in the quarterfinals. So that's probably going to be like the tightest quarterfinals. So 2 teams that qualified in 4th and 5th place, I think. 4th and 5th place in the quarterfinals. They're the most well matched quarterfinals. Whoever wins that, it won't be an upset or anything. So that's maybe the one we can watch the closest. So that's Dylan, and Peter Bush is the other team, qualifying in 4th place. Peter is another SoCal team, but from a little deeper in SoCal, San Diego Yacht Club. Peter won the U.S. Match Racing Championships as a crew in 2016, sailing with fellow San Diego Yacht Club Nevin Snow. I think in 2016 they hosted it at San Diego Yacht Club, although maybe I'm thinking another year. But anyways, so Peter's got definite match racing experience. Also first place at the 2021 Dixon Cup. And then some really, really good junior sailing results. So first place at the 2021 Orange Bowl Regatta and second place at the 2022 Club 420 Midwinters. Peter, Peter is from currently, so he's from San Diego Yacht Club, but currently a sort of a local up here during the school year. So Peter's just over at Boston College right now, so not too far, maybe an hour drive here from Marblehead. So definitely familiar with the area. And then I'll just quickly go through the last three, the top three that qualified for the quarterfinals. And, I think, these are names, I do some match racing. So these are some names I recognize from around the, just around the general sailing world, and, also older. So we talked about, some of those younger competitors, Sienna Nichols, and I think James Pine are, younger high schoolers. And, these top three are college kids with some real experience. So you'd think they would definitely have an advantage here, and they certainly showed it with their results. So qualifying in third place after the round robin, Thomas Seitzman from, I think originally from the Annapolis area, currently Severna Park, Maryland. So Annapolis area, currently I think a rising sophomore, or if I'm wrong, he's a rising junior, one of the two at Stanford. Competed for them a bunch. I know he started some divisions at national championships and everything. So great experience. He did winner in last year's Rose Cup. So I think see if he can defend his title. Only 6 wins coming out of the round robin, and Morgan Pickney with 8 wins coming out of the round robin. All those results wipe. So it's just who can win out here through the knockouts. But as I said, Thomas won last year's Rose Cup. He was 5th at the college match racing nationals, and a lot of other very impressive results, like an I-420 world champion and a WASP North American champion. So a super diverse sailor, from foilers to double-handed boats to keel boats. So maybe that can serve him well in today's heavy wind conditions, where I think all these young people, I don't want to call them kids because some of them are up to 20 years old, I think are going to be pretty tested. And Thomas's crew, before I move on, or Tommy I think they call him, is Robbie Merrick, Alice Schmid, and Luke Woodworth, representing Sail One Design, which I think is his father's website. So good on them. And then second place, Hamilton Barclay, also on 6 wins, but winning the tiebreaker against Thomas. Hamilton is from, just looking at the results, why isn't it here? Hamilton is representing Lakewood Yacht Club. I know he's got a lot of single-handed experience. Definitely seen his name in a lot of those results. I think a rising sophomore at Tulane, just finished his freshman year. Got a start, I think, in B division at the national championships for Tulane. They qualified for the finals. So very talented sailor. Sailing with his crew is Ava Anderson, William Baker, and Hayden McCready. So we will, again, they're up 1-0 in their quarterfinal. And then winning the round robin, and probably, if you were to pick out with just resume results who's the best match racer here, it would probably be Morgan and team. Morgan is also a former winner of the Rose Cup here. Has come very close at winning the regatta. This regatta qualifies you for. So the Rose Cup's the U.S. match racing championship, and I think the winner here gets a berth into the Governor's Cup, which is probably the most coveted youth match racing regatta in the world. Often won by many Americans, but New Zealanders who have gone on to win very high level match racing and things like that. So kind of considered the top youth match race regatta in the world is the Governor's Cup. So he's been top 3 there, and all sorts of other results. Winning his division at high school national championships, and currently at I think a rising either sophomore or junior at Yale. I'd have to look, and certainly been on starting team racing and other A and B divisions for them. So quite talented sailor out of Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and his talented team is Peter Barnard, guessing maybe the sibling of Chris Barnard, but I don't know that for sure. Samantha Hermans and Kelly Holthus. So definitely some last names I recognize. Great to see potential, if I'm correct, some younger siblings carrying on the family tradition out here. And with that, are we going to commercial break pretty soon here? Okay, yeah. Why don't we go?
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth. What the is my life?
When I was 12 years old, give everything just shot of the world, gonna get a grip every time. I tried to hold on, I slip deep in this feeling that gravity pulls me down. I know I'm tripping, I'm falling in love with the drum.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships from the Rose Cup. We have the drone up in the air, so without further delay, why don't we transition right to the live coverage? Okay, great. So on the live coverage now, we have boat 6 and boat 4. This is, if you're following along, this is the third race of the quarterfinal. And in boat 4 is the local, Pierce Dowd, and who we had been talking about earlier as maybe potentially the favorite, Morgan Pinckney. And you can see Morgan Pinckney has that yellow flag off the back of their off the back of their backstay, and Pierce is the other boat with boat 4. Currently, we see Morgan sort of in good control with a lot of good forward speed. Pierce is moving backwards, so usually when you're the boat moving backwards, you don't have a ton of control, and the other boat with more speed is going to be able to control either line. That motorboat right there, you'll see, is the race committee boat, and the yellow mark off on the left is the pin. So right now, Morgan in boat 6 has a lured overlap. They just hooked Pierce. Pierce tacked off. Morgan tacks off. Pierce shoots head to wind. Can't get a tack off, and that looks like go. Let's see who was over. So it looks like blue flag up on the race committee boat. So clean start for Morgan, and Pierce in boat 4 is over the line. So it's going to be going to be a hard one for Pierce to climb back on. And as a reminder, Morgan won the first 2 races. So a win here for Morgan will advance their team to the semifinals, and it looks like with what is now a 10, probably almost a 10 boat length lead, going to be pretty hard on Pierce to grind this one back. But we will keep you updated on that. Why don't we on the drone? As that race goes upwind, it's kind of a blowout. Maybe we'll follow this next pre-start as they come into the box. I guess before we do that, we can I can keep talking about this race. So Pierce, again after restarting, tacks off to the right, and Morgan, like you'd normally do in match racing, you're going to cover the boat behind you. So Morgan also tacks off to the right to cover Pierce. All right, we'll let that race go. It's bit of, as I said, bit of a blowout, but we'll keep our eye on it. Next race here, just in the dial-up in the yellow boat, yellow sails, entering from starboard. It is Hamilton Barclay, and with the red sails entering on port is Sienna Nichols. So this is that other race we talked about. Sienna, only female driver, and I think the youngest competitor against Hamilton with some more experience. Sienna qualified in 7th place. Hamilton in 2nd, and Hamilton's up 2 races to nothing. So, again, Sienna on port, Hamilton on starboard. Actually here, Hamilton exiting out on port. Sienna almost backed into him on starboard, and that would have been maybe a follow on Hamilton. So smart by Hamilton to tack off and get out of trouble. Both falling off on port. Hamilton back on starboard. See if Sienna can cross. I don't think so. So Hamilton and team still with control. They decide to jibe out. Sienna tacks. Hamilton back on starboard. And we'll see if Sienna has the cross here. Still no. Nope. We'll do another one. Sienna back on starboard, Hamilton on port, and I would expect Hamilton to tack back and continue to control Sienna any second now. Yep, so Sienna's just kind of sitting, waiting. Hamilton tacks. Going back at Sienna. Let's see what Hamilton does. I'd expect him to kind of post up in a normal match racing position. Overrun Sienna a little bit. Let's see if Sienna can drop off on a port and get going here. All right. Not quite getting across still. Or maybe getting across here. Let's see. Will Sienna get across? Nope. Hamilton continues to control. Sienna back on port. Let's see if she can finally get across into the playground. I think maybe she's gotten across here. Yep, finally getting across. And actually maybe a little bit of a, we'll see, maybe a little bit of a mistake from Hamilton getting hooked to windward there. Depending how much time's left, it's kind of a flop there. So Hamilton was doing a good job of controlling Sienna, staying with the starboard advantage. But now, Sienna got across, Hamilton got hooked, and now Sienna is on starboard and controlling. I don't exactly know how much time's left, so we'll see. They might be on their final approach to start. And I think the gun has gone off, so this is the start. Hamilton starting to leeward and ahead, Sienna to windward and a bit behind. So we'll see who has better boat speed here. If Hamilton can go fast, pinches off Sienna, and that is what happened. Sienna tacks, and we'll see what Hamilton does. So this race has a split in it now. Hamilton going to the left, Hamilton going to the left, Sienna going to the right. Hamilton now following. Very even race. Sienna back to starboard. Let's see if she has a cross or if Hamilton's crossing. I think Hamilton still has an advantage. Looks like he'll cross. And let's see if he likes the right or the left. If he likes the left, he'll tack now. If he likes the right, he'll extend a little bit. Oh. My guess is that Sienna thought he was going to attack there. So little maybe confusion on Sienna's boat in boat 3, and definitely a little mistake. So 2 tacks for Sienna, 1 tack for Hamilton. Hamilton gained maybe 3 boat lengths pretty quickly there. So now race is well in control with Hamilton. And again, Hamilton's up 2 races to nothing. So just winning this race will advance Hamilton and team to the semifinals. And it looks like Hamilton's comfortable with their boat speed and maybe likes the right side of the course. So they're comfortable extending to the right a little bit, letting Sienna get a little leverage off in the left, but not too much. So here they are coming back, staying just enough in touch. Looks like they're extending even a little more. So definitely a strong position for Hamilton. And given that they won the first 2 races, you'd probably expect them to hold the lead here. I guess we'll keep following this till the windward mark. It is somewhat of a tight race still. We can go around the windward mark, watch their kite sets, and then we'll see how close this race stays. Okay, so Sienna back to port. Great. Yeah, we can just so it looks like we'll as this race comes to the windward mark, we're gonna swap out drones and go to a quick commercial, and we will see you back on course soon.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth. What the is my life?
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships for the Rose Cup. We are here with some live coverage, a little bit of a break for some teams. So, while we were on break, Morgan Pinkney did win his third race. So winning his quarterfinal against Pierce Dowd, moving on to the semis, and same with Hamilton Barclay. A little bit of drama in the quarterfinal number 3 between Thomas Seitzman and James Pine. I heard Thomas got a black flag, and so the win in that race was awarded to James. And for those of you who aren't familiar, a black flag with match racing, the way penalties work in match racing is you can get a penalty, then you don't have to take it right away. That is until you get 2 penalties, and then you need to take one of them right away. So you can carry 1 penalty at a time. And what happens when you get a black flag is that when you get 2 penalties, and then you get a third, and then if you have a third penalty, the race is automatically black flagged, and the win goes to the other boat. So what I heard happened is Thomas got 2 penalties in the pre-start. So when you come off the line, you would need to take 1 penalty immediately, and then he took too long to take the penalty. So he was awarded a black flag. So the score in that quarterfinal is 2-1. And last quarterfinal between Peter Bush and Dylan Tsai is tied 1-1. I think you can see them. I'm guessing this is the race coming downwind right now into those orange gate marks that you see, or maybe they're coming into the finish. Let's see. I see one ahead of the other. Maybe maybe a 5 boat length gap there. Let's see if they're going to go back upwind or if they're going into the finish line. So it looks like the kite's coming down. So I think this is the first lap. So we'll be able to see this race come around. Lead boat jibing, taking the left-hand gate or right-hand gate looking upwind. Regardless, going off the right side of the course. Usually when with all else is even, you might go right to protect your starboard advantage. Boat behind, looking like they're going to do the kind of the obvious thing when you're behind is to split and go the other way. So they're taking the other gate, going off to the left, and you can see the lead boat tacking to cover. Currently out in the race course, we just got a report. Wind's about 10 knots, maybe some puffs a little higher, maybe up to 12, and some sea state. You can see it even from elevation here, but sea state at least 2 feet. So there are some rolling waves for the competitors to work against. So not the easiest conditions. I'd expect us to see some boat speed differences, with some boats maybe handling it much better than other boats. This race working their way up the second upwind. Still not quite close enough to be able to see the sail numbers. Once we get a report on that, I'll let you know. But regardless, we are pretty sure that it's Peter Bush and Dylan Tsai. Again, this match is tied 1-1, and it is our closest match. So both these teams had, if you remember, 5 wins after the quarterfinals. These were the 4th and 5th seeds. So this is the match we'd think would be the closest in the quarterfinals. Again, the lead boat just tacking on the boat behind, kind of just covering and preserving their lead. Trailing boat tacking back out. We might expect the lead boat to tack back soon, but we'll see. They're not too far from the port ley line. You can see the windward marks up there. There are, in match racing, a lot of times they set 3 windward marks, and what they'll do is right at 4 minutes, they'll put up a flag color, and that flag color will tell the competitors what windward mark to go do, and that just keeps the racing moving along, so you don't have to stop and start the starting sequence constantly when the wind shifts. You can have 3 windward marks, then you just tell the competitors where to sail. And they can also change the course mid-race. So at a leeward mark, they might say, okay, you were going to green, now you're going to go to white, for example. I think the competitors have been going to green, but we'll see here. Lead boat looks like a number 1, so that is Dylan Sy, I think. So Dylan Sy, we're gonna go with that for now, leading this race. I would guess, they might be going to white. Otherwise, Dylan would attack back earlier. So, Dylan going all the way to the port ley line, maybe saving attack there and trying to maximize his lead instead of tacking to cover. So that's definitely a strategy you can use. Okay, maybe not going to white. We'll see. Again, we'll see what windward mark they're going to. Still looks like at least 5, maybe 7 boat lengths lead. Okay, so it looks like they're going to this middle mark. Coming around right now. Okay, Dylan turning down. Peter on the starboard ley line. Dylan's going to have to be a little careful not to run into Peter. Kite goes up. He's staying high. Staying out of the way of Peter. Really nice kite set. Here comes Peter around. And he'll have kind of a tough tack and set here. So tack, and we'll see if he can set quick. Nice, pretty good set there. Kite up, yeah, really good. But still, I think it looks like I would say at least 7 boat lengths. So unless the lead boat is a penalty we don't know about or something, I would think Dylan and team are gonna kind of cruise to the finish line here and go up 2-1 in this quarterfinal. You can see the rolling waves, but the Sonar's a relatively heavy keelboat for its size, so probably not quite windy enough to surf the waves. If it gets windier later in the day, the sea state will probably stay up, and then we might see some actual surfing. But right now, it seems like the waves are just kind of passing them by. Not much that Peter in boat 2 can do here. It's kind of a pretty big gap to the leader. So maybe they jibe here to try to get on Dylan's win, but even so, it would have to take something special for them to close this gap here. Both boats look like they're sailing pretty well, sailing pretty deep. Kind of good sail trim. Little surprised Peter didn't jibe on Dylan. You might as well, despite it kind of being pretty hard to catch, you might as well jibe on your competitor. So, and now they're jibing, but surprised they didn't do it a little bit earlier. Coming by the gate marks and into the finish line. So I think this takes, again, in quarterfinal number 4, Dylan should be going up 2-1 here. So it'll only take one more win from Dylan and team to qualify for the semifinals, or maybe the next race Peter will win and tie it 2-2. We'll check back in and see. And I think the other thing we'll be looking for is, now that 2 of the quarterfinals are done, so Morgan Pinkney won the quarterfinal against Pierce Dowd, and Hamilton Barclay won against Sienna Nichols. We're going to see the 9th and 10th place teams, Connor Bennett and Tor Svensson, switching into boats, and we'll see their race kind of mixed in here with this, with these last 2 quarterfinals. And yeah, still pretty light. In our in our intro here, I talked about how there is a forecast for some big wind, and I think that big wind's still going to come, but maybe not quite yet. When the south wind, the wind is already from the south, so when the south wind picks up, I think we'll see it pick up pretty quickly, but timing can always be uncertain. So we will we will wait and see. Certainly here where I'm at in Marblehead Harbor, it's no windier than it is out there. Again, about 10 maybe 12 knots in the puffs. So great win for match racing with a little bit of sea state. And they are because of if you're wondering where they're sailing, they're actually sailing probably at least a mile from the club, and that's because in Marblehead we've got a lot of fleets that race on Saturdays, so it is crowded water. There's probably, if you count the match racing, there's probably 4 racing circles, kind of all within a mile or two of Marblehead Harbor. So a lot of one design classes like Etchells, J70s, the Rhodes 19 class is pretty strong here. IODs, J105s, Vipers, things like that. So lots of racing. So the match racing found their little spot about a mile away on the other side of an island called Children's Island. Harbor is here in Marblehead is pretty crowded with moored boats, so you can't sail right next to the yacht club. Have to sail kind of just out. Not a terrible sail, but again, not right off the club. And we do see them. We see sails up. So I would guess the race committee is going to try to roll into a start pretty quickly. And I wonder where they're going to put that 9th, 10th race in. My guess is it'll probably might slot in as the first start. See yellow boat 8 maybe, Seitzman. Just looking at the boat numbers here, trying to kind of guess what next start is. Yellow is always the hardest color to see. I think that's a boat 8. Yeah, boat 8. So that's Thomas Seitzman. So that again, that's the race where we talked about Thomas and team were up. We're up 2 races to 0 against James Pline, but then had a black flag. So now James has a win. So score is 2-1. So Thomas is going to need one more win at some point to advance to the semifinal. And boat 5 there in the background is the other boat there. So that's James Pine. So you can see James has you can see the yellow flag on their backstay. So that means they're going to be entering from starboard, and Thomas and team will be entering from port. And it looks like I can see the flags getting ready on the back of the race committee boat. So I'll expect the F flag Foxtrot to go up pretty soon. When that goes up, that's going to be 7 minutes to the first start. And then the other starts after that are just rolling 5-minute starts. So the go on this first start will be 5 minutes for the next start. But in the very first start of a series of races here in match racing, they do a 7-minute warning just to make sure, kind of give teams just a little bit of prep time. Yep, so I'm guessing here, again, just based off like how the boats are lining up there. Yep, so there's the F flag. You see on the back of the race committee boat, you see the white flag with the red diamond there. So that's going to be 7 minutes this first start. James Pine versus Tommy Seitzman. Again, James here in boat 5 with the yellow flag entering from the starboard side, and Thomas entering from the port side. And we'll see. Right now, they've probably done some preparation, set all the sail controls. Doesn't look like the conditions have changed very much. So this is their 4th race now in the series. So their boats are probably, halyards are probably set pretty well, out haul, things like that. So probably not that much to do. Okay, great. Yeah, and then so it looks like we're going to do another drone battery swap, and we will see you back in the live stream soon. Hello, and welcome back to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships for the Rose Cup. We're cutting right to live stream here. You can see boat 5, James Pline, and they're in race number 4 of their quarterfinal match against Thomas Seitzman. Thomas and team are ahead in this race 2-1, and also ahead in the series 2-1, and also ahead in this race. So we'll just take a win here for Thomas to advance to the semifinals. It's a tight race, though. Only about a boat length and a half in the race. So pretty exciting here. You see Thomas keeps tacking, and I would guess he likes the left. Usually when you tack straight on boat 5 there, boat 5's going to tack off and get the right side of the course. So we'll see. A little right shift, and boat 5 could be right. James and team could be right back in this race. So we'll watch it. Pretty big gap here. There's Tommy going back. James goes back. Nice roll tack on boat 5. I like that. Looks to me like Tommy and team gained. Maybe a little bit. Or maybe not. Still think they have the cross. So we'll see if they tack on top of James or if they cross over and take the right. Okay, so they've crossed over. Tacking here. So again, that move that they did, they crossed over, and they're not covering James. At least they're not covering their wind, but they are protecting the right side of the course. So it's a pretty common move up near the top of the course, so they don't let the other boat get off to the right, and then maybe there's a right shift, and then the boat will catch up. So Thomas and team kind of safely preserving their lead there. Good move on their part. Coming up in the windward marks, I think they're going to probably be going around this white one. Yep. Tacking on the port ley line. Still a tight race. Anyone's race here. 2 good spinnaker sets, and it's going to be game on. So we'll look forward to watching this in the downwind. There goes Thomas setting their kite. Great set. Can't hope for much better than that. James coming around. Let's see if they can match it. Nice. Nice. Great set. Okay, so we're going to look for James here to get on Thomas's wind. If I were them, I would, depending on where the ley line is to the finish, I might either sail kind of 2 moves here for the trailing boat. You're either going to sail high or low and look to get on their wind in the jibe. So they sailed low, match jibes, and now boat 5 is going to really have to do something here. So James in boat 5, I would maybe sail a little high and got to really try to get on Thomas's wind and close the gap here. Thomas is doing a good job not overreacting. Just keeping their wind clear right in front of 5. I don't think James is on their wind yet. So again, boat 5 here. James Pline's team may have to go just a little higher to really get on Thomas and force them to do something. Otherwise, this race is just going to cruise down to the finish line. They could also be on their first lap, so they may just be going to the gate marks. We just joined midway through the race, so we'll see. So you can see the gate marks are the orange ones there. The finish line is yellow, so we'll see if they're going to the gates or the finish. If they're going to the gates, I don't actually mind James sailing straight and keeping the race close. Not in desperate times yet. Sure. And yeah, this race between James and Thomas still pretty tight. So let's I think we'll keep following this race, especially because it's an elimination race. So Thomas is going to have to win to advance. James needs to win to avoid being eliminated. Nice split rounding there. Thomas taking the right side of the course, which is, again, we've talked about as the safe thing to preserve your starboard advantage, and James taking the left side. I thought James had a good rounding though. Very good, very quick rounding, and even rounded the favored mark. You can kind of see that far gate mark that James round. To me looks a little bit farther upwind. So we'll see. A small wind shift, and James could be right back in this race. Big split here. Probably nervous times for both boats. Whichever one thinks they... Thomas being in first place right in the gate, he got to choose what side of the race course to go to. So, hopefully their team saw some more wind to the right, so they decided to go right, and James was kind of forced to the left. So they're probably just, hoping for a little bit more wind, a little bit of a left shift. We'll see what happens. There goes James back on the port. Still a pretty big split. So we'll see. We'll see how the boats come together. Both boats look like they're moving through the water pretty well. Almost looks like there's a little left shift out there. Almost looks like James gained. I don't know if it's enough to get fully fully past Thomas's team, but kind of seems like they gained. Yeah, definitely. All right, here's the boats coming together. I would expect Thomas to lee bow. All right, Thomas tacked, and there goes James back to port. So James probably gained about 2 boat lengths, 2 to 3 boat lengths going into the gate marks, and only about a half boat length there. So James must have picked up a little less left shift and made a nice gain. And they're back off to the left, and here's Thomas following them out there now. Pretty textbook match racing. James coming back. We'd expect Thomas to tack pretty soon here and control the right side of the course. There he goes. And James, a little something here. Depending on where they are in the course, if James can hold that position, they potentially could hold Thomas out. But unfortunately, they're all the way off on the left side of the course. So it's more port sailing than starboard sailing right now. So I think Thomas will be able to pinch off boat 5 and eventually get a tack in. I don't know if they're on the port ley line yet. We'll see. Both boats may need to tack 2 more times, or they may be on the ley line. We'll see. To their credit, James is doing a really good job holding a nice high lane, staying out of Thomas's bad air. Looks like the bow people are going for the pole, so does look like they're on ley line. Super tight race here. This is going to be a really exciting downwind. Pull up. Should be 2 really good sets here. And then we'll see. Looks like a long starboard on the downwind, so I would expect both teams to jibe quickly. There's a set. There's a set. And I would expect Thomas to jibe, and I would expect boat 5, James's team, to jibe right on top of them. Great. Okay. Well, that race goes downwind. We'll see what happens. It was a really tight race. I think Thomas's team has been sailing pretty well, so they'll, if you were to make me bet, I would bet on them holding their lead. But super tight race, and James's team certainly has sailed that upwind really, really well. Gained a little bit on the left, and was able to pull, what was a 3 boat length deficit into, less than a boat length. So, good job for their team. I think we're just getting the live stream back now. Yeah, so we got the live stream back now. Awesome. Yep, and we're following Thomas and James. It does seem like Thomas has held their lead coming into the finish. So I actually opened up the lead. Looks more like 3 boat lengths now. Yeah, it seems, unless something big happens, it does seem like Thomas Seitzman and team will take the win here and qualify for the quarterfinals. James seems to be trying to maybe sail a straighter course to the finish. But there goes Thomas. Last jibe onto port. And you're going to see them sailing through the finish between the race committee boat and the yellow mark right now. So that's a win for Thomas's team. So congrats to Thomas Seitzman and team for advancing to the semifinals, and James's team for sailing really well. They got one win off of Thomas based off penalties, and then that one was really close. They clearly had some good upwind boat speed to pull that race back multiple boat lengths and make it a competitive one in the last downwind. And I think now we are transitioning. We're going to transition to one of the races going back upwind, and we'll see which one it is. There are 2 races on course. One of them is Peter Bush and Dylan Sy. We've talked about that one. That's the 4th quarterfinal. Dylan is up 2 races to 1 against Peter Bush. So that's one of them. And then the other race is the 9th, 10th sail-off between Connor Bennett and Tor Svensson. It almost looks like, looking up wind here, it looks like the wind's softened even a little bit more. So maybe it's, maybe we're down to almost like 8 knots, especially in some of the lulls. And both these races look like they're, I would call it medium close, 4 or 5 boat length gap. Usually that's enough for the lead boat to cruise to the finish line without much work. And we'll see who's who as we get in here. And we see this race coming downwind. Hard to tell exactly how far they are away. They're almost on the same ladder run going downwind. This could be an interesting race. Boat 4. So I think what this race is the 9th, 10th sail-off. So one team, not sure which team is Connor and which team is Tor, but so both these blue sails you see here, boat 4 and boat 6 are in a race. So this is must be the 9th, 10th place sail-off. Pretty tight race, probably only a boat length or 2 in it. I think they're coming down to the gate marks. We'll see where they are in the ley lines. What boat 4 might try to do is kind of sink down and get on boat 6's air, which they're kind of doing now. Actually, a really tight race. There goes the jib. So boat 6 getting their jib up. Boat 4 is probably going to follow with their jib. Here goes boat 6 with the douse. And we'll probably see is a split upwind. So we'll probably see 6 jibing and going to the right. And 4 will probably continue on and go to the left. So really, really tight race here. There we go. Nothing in it. Maybe a half boat length. I'd expect this race to stay really tight. We'll see if we'll see who's number 1 quicker and number 2 Yep, so we'll see. And then we're just looking at this race coming downwind. So boat 1, Dylan Sy, looks like they're going to cross the finish line winning. So Dylan was already up 2-1, so this will be 3-1, and Dylan will be our 4th qualifier for the semifinals. So in the semifinals, we'll have Dylan Sy and team, Thomas Seitzman, Hamilton Barclay, and Morgan Pinkney all advancing to the semifinals. Yep, and there they are. All right, so bit of a drone swap here, and then the teams are also going to have to reshuffle for the semifinals. So we will see you back in a little bit for the start of the semifinals.
some fun now, man.
All right, welcome back to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships. We just completed the quarterfinals, but the 9th, 10th sail-off is going on right now between Connor Bennett and Tor Svensson. Connor is up one race to zero. Connor has one win, Tor has zero. So we're about to go to the live stream. They're in the pre-start for race 2. So let's cut to the live stream. Yep. So we have boat 4 and 6. They're in the pre-start right now. A few minutes to start. Connor Bennett is in boat 4, and Tor Svensson is in boat 6. We see him pretty stalled here. Sort of in another dial-up. Off to the right here at the start, you can see the start in the background between the that blue race committee boat with the orange flag and the yellow pin. Both boats off on port here. Tor leading out. Connor in boat 4 behind him. And we'll see. So both boats back on starboard, probably on their final approach to the line. We see Connor in boat 4 here rolling over Tor. So Connor's going to be leading into the line. And we'll see here if Connor can maybe hook Tor or maybe just generally kill enough time so they can lead into the line early. And on Tor's boat, what they're trying to do is they're trying to push Connor towards the starting line and maybe make them early, maybe hooking them to leeward, or generally just trying to get to the line and have a good start. There's Connor killing some time by luffing the jib. I think both boats are still a little bit early. Tor has gone to windward, so they're going to try to maybe start to windward while Connor accelerates and starts to leeward. Still some time to kill, though. Both boats stalled in the line. There goes Connor accelerating. Tor's following. I think they're still early, though. You can see Connor just kind of posting up. There goes Tor, and maybe this will be a nice split tack start. 2-1 start, so that was go. Pretty classic split tack match racing start. Nice job to both teams. Tor has the right, started on port, has the right side of the course, and Connor has had a nice starboard tack start at the pin and will control the left. So, the boat that comes back in the lead will be the boat that can, again, boat speed's very important. So the boat that is sailing the team that is sailing their boat quickly, but also maybe the team that gets the best wind shift. So if the wind shifts to the left, you might expect Connor's team, who are going to the left side of the course, to come back ahead. And if the wind shifts a little bit right, maybe Tor's team will come back ahead. Pretty big split here. They're still splitting off to opposite sides. Both teams, again, look pretty good from this angle. So we'll see who comes back ahead. This is Connor's team, kind of continuing off on the left side of the course. Really big split. So, this race will probably come down to where the wind shifts. If there's a little more of a left shift and some pressure, we'll see Connor's team coming back in the lead. If there's a right shift, maybe Tor's team will come back. And Connor's team back on port now, so coming back to the middle. And we will see where they are. And there we can see Tor's team on starboard coming back. Tight race. We'll see who gets the cross. I was about to say advantage to Bennett coming back from the right, but now it looks like now Tor's team actually looks, or sorry, Bennett coming back from the left, but now Tor's team looks pretty good. Almost a tied race right here. Will Connor's team get across? No. Tacking, and then there goes Tor's team tacking back to the right. So pretty much an even race here. We'll see how they come back the next time. So same thing here. Connor's team off to the left, Tor's team off to the right. And another little split here. So again, we'll see them split, and then they'll both come back, and we'll see who's ahead. There goes Connor back to port. And we'll see when Tor comes back. What we might see Tor do, we can just see the windward marks come into play here. Towards the top of the course, we may see Tor go all the way to the starboard lay line. He's kind of looking at the angle of the boats. It looks like Connor has a nice little left shift here, but we'll see. Sometimes these drone angles can be a bit deceiving. There goes Tor back on starboard. Connor back to starboard too. I'm guessing they're going to maybe this green mark you can see on the right side of your screen. Yep, so 2 tacks for Connor. Or maybe not. Maybe Connor was either confused or trying to trick Tor, or maybe Connor's team forgot where they were going. Yeah, wow. It looks like Connor's team maybe got confused, set their kite too early, and Tor's team was able to sail themselves to what I think is the correct mark, the white mark, and go around it. So, good job Tor's team staying focused and knowing what mark they're going to, and bit of an error on Connor's team there. I think they had control and were ahead, and now Tor Spenson and crew are off the races with at least a 5 boat length lead. And not only that, Connor's group, it looks like they have a little spinnaker twist. So, still Tor's able to extend their lead with a nice jibe there. Now it's maybe, 7 or 8 boat lengths. So it looks like this race may turn into a bit of a blowout, and Tor may even the score at 1-1. Still a lot of racing left, but Connor is not really moving downwind yet. Still trying to get that kite sorted out. Big twist. All set up by going to the wrong mark and then setting their spinnaker on the upwind instead of the downwind. Sure to create some havoc. Yeah, so Tor's team sailing away with this one as Connor continues to have kite difficulties. And I don't think it's a breakdown. I think what happened was, again, Tor's team or Connor's team sailed to the wrong windward mark, then set their kite, and then had to continue to sail sort of upwind with the kite. And I think that probably caused some sort of a a kite twist or something like that, and then they, maybe they either caused their own breakdown or, maybe twisted the kite so much that they couldn't get it full on the upwind or the downwind. And just when I say that, there's Tor's team having their own kite trouble. So you can see the kite is still almost halfway up. I'm guessing they have maybe have a little knot in the spinnaker halyard, so it can't come down. I'm sure the crew's trying to work that out. They have a big enough lead right now, but if the kite doesn't come down soon, we may see Connor's team sail themselves back into this race. Guess some minor crew work errors from both teams here. We'll see who can keep it together and close out this race. Does look like Tor's team got that kite down, so still advantage to Tor Svensson and crew. At the same time, seems like a softening of the wind. Maybe probably only can kind of dial into the forecast, and we can see our live wind here. So we have, definitely died. So when we first started the broadcast, the wind at Children's Island was 14 gusting to 16, and now it's only 8 gusting to 10. So pretty big drop off in the wind. I don't know if either the forecast is wrong or maybe it'll just take a little while for the wind to build. So back here on the second upwind, Tor Svensson still in good control of the race, controlling the left side of the course. Maybe I'd say at least an 8 boat length lead over Connor Bennett. Win here would put Tor even with Connor 1-1 and extend the series. Both these teams are out of contention to win the Rose Cup this year, but certainly fighting for some pride in that 9th place position. There goes Connor. Tor kind of just continuing. They almost have a big enough lead here where you might expect them to sail wind shifts and not get caught in a tacking duel with Connor. There they go into starboard, 2-1, flatten. Not a bad roll tack. Sailing on starboard, and they're getting up to the top marks here. So you'll probably see Tor go all the way to the port ley line, do one last tack, then be able to kind of cruise right to the finish. And there they go, probably tacking. I would guess they're attacking on the port ley line right there. Looks like at least a 10 boat length lead or so. Yeah, and we can see so big lead for Tor, but one thing we might watch for is I could kind of see Connor going up and around the green mark there. So there there is some potential that maybe Tor's wrong and Connor around at the green mark twice. So maybe Tor thought it was the white mark and went around the wrong mark twice, and maybe Connor went around the correct mark. So so we'll wait to get word for that. But while the drone changes battery, we'll take one more break, and we'll report on the windward mark mishap. See you soon. All right, welcome back to the 2024 U.S. Match Racing Championships for the Rose Cup. We are getting towards the business end, kind of the end of the day. Last hour of racing here on Saturday, and of course there's racing tomorrow. When we left you, the semifinals the quarterfinals just ended, and they were making the pairings for the semifinals, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. So if we cluing in on these boats here, we have boats 1 and 3 is semifinal number 1, and that's Dylan Sy versus Morgan Pinkney. So I think we've talked about it before. Morgan Pinkney kind of seen as a somewhat of a favorite here. Probably the best match racing resume, maybe one of the older competitors here, and Dylan Sy, probably the lowest seed to make it to the semifinals. And so, watching them race up win there, it looked like Dylan had a lead in semifinal number 1. So that would be kind of our first hint of what might be an upset. So we'll kind of stay with that. And I also hear that Dylan. Yep. And I also hear that Dylan we might be getting a GoPro in his boat, so hopefully we'll clue in on that when we can. So yeah, in the semifinals, as I said, Morgan Pinkney versus Dylan Sy, and the other semifinal is Thomas Seitzman versus Hamilton Barclay. And I would, if I were to guess before seeing that clip, I would guess that the Pinkney Sy semifinal would probably be more lopsided, and the Seitzman Barclay semifinal might be a little bit tighter. But we did see that Dylan was leading that race, so maybe we'll have 2 exciting semifinals, which would be totally awesome. And then the other thing we might see a little bit here is there's going to be a 5 through 8 sail off. So I think those are just going to be like single race or best 2 out of 3 sail offs. Okay. We are back with the drone now, so let's clue in here. We have it might be a little confusing here for a second because I think we have 2 races running into each other. If we focus on these last 2 boats here, boat 1 and boat 6, I think that is the semifinal we were talking about a second ago. So we see in boat 1, that's Dylan Sy leading Morgan Pinkney. So pretty exciting here. And I think they're on their last lap, kind of coming downwind to the finish line. So we'll see if Dylan can hold on and pull off what I would at least consider somewhat of an upset. But even if Dylan and team do win this race, there is a lot more racing to go. They would need to win 2 more. Both these semifinals are a best 2 out of 3. So we will stick with this race. So Morgan sailing a little high to try to get on Dylan's wind, jibing. I think they might have been expecting Dylan to jibe there. Dylan's matching, and what I like at least about what Morgan did is Morgan kind of anticipated that jibe, and now they're able to get right down on Dylan's wind. So what I expect is Morgan and his team on boat 6 is probably to sink down and really try to get on Dylan's wind. I mean, they're tight enough that if they get on Dylan's wind, they could make this a race. And we can kind of see boat 1's kite start to collapse. That tells me that Morgan is probably on their wind. So this race is coming together. Now it's only about a boat length or 2. Dylan kind of reaching up a little bit to clear their air. But they are coming down towards, I think they're going to the finish line. So not much more track left for Morgan to make a move. And yeah, I'd say they will not be able to make a pass here. So boat 1 is into the finish line. And they're going to go up 1-0. So nice job, Dylan Sy and team. They're just avoiding that third start. That's up there. And maybe what we can do now is we can transfer to the other semifinal. I think they just rounded the gate mark, and they're going back upwind. Tom Seitzman and Hamilton Barclay. And as we kind of do that, we can see two other boats in the pre-start here. I think these are the boats in the 5 through 8 sail off. Looks like potentially James Pline and Sienna Nichols. With Sienna is in boat 3 there, and James is in boat 5. Second dial up here. Boat 5 kind of overran boat 3, so it allowed Sienna to make an escape here. Although James has a lot of speed, so they were able to jibe and then get right on Sienna's tail. So both boats are now kind of clear, and they're reaching out into what we might call the playground. So they're all going to kind of go to the right side of the starting line. You might see them do a little more jockeying for position, and then they're going to both approach the line on what we would call a final approach. So we'll see Sienna jibe and do a full circle, jibing back. And we'll see if James does the same thing. Jibe. And attack, probably. Yep, there they go, an attack. Delayed in the tack a little bit, so Sienna might be able to tack. And yeah, catching James on starboard. Nice move. James delayed that tack just a little too much. And Sienna was able to get them. So we'll see how much time's left. Sienna pushing from leeward and behind, trying to push James to the starting line. Assuming there's enough time left, they're in a great position. So pushing, diving back to leeward, back to windward for Sienna. Again, just pushing boat 5 towards the starting line. We can now see that boat 3, Sienna, got hooked. So hopefully they're in a position where they can actually make the starting line. If not, they may be in trouble here. I also think Sienna kind of got hooked a little tightly. So, I'd say short-term advantage to James here. They'll be able to control when they start. James up to full speed in that pretty strong leeward in the head position. Took Sienna a little bit of extra time to get up to full speed. So unless they're early, advantage to James. That was the go, and yep, about one and a half boat lengths advantage to James off the line here. Sienna tacks. I'd expect James to maybe build speed a little bit longer and tack. There they go. Tacking onto port. Nice roll tack. And it does look like the wind's up a little bit. When we kind of left coverage a little while ago, the wind had fallen off to maybe 8 to 10, and looks a little fresher now. Maybe back into that kind of the 10 knot range. Here's Sienna going for attack, and they get James, and James going for a duck. Big dial down. And assuming no foul there, it was actually I think a decent dial down for Sienna, although she did have to come back up a little bit, and she dialed down right after attack. So it was kind of a slow speed dial down. James had a big duck, which isn't fast, but at full speed. So now we have James going out in the right with full speed. Sienna left, but just tacked back on a port. So, I think it's a pretty even race, and we'll see. A little left shift, maybe Sienna comes back across. Little right shift, maybe James comes back across. And again, we're watching those top two boats are in the race I'm talking about. So the boat farther to the left in your screen, Sienna Nichols, and the boat farther to the right is James Pine, and of course their crew. You can see on Sienna's boat all 4 crew members up on the rails. That that tells me the wind has kind of come back in a little bit. I don't think it's windy yet, but I do think it's maybe more consistently 10, maybe puffs to 12, whereas it was more like 7, 8 with puffs to 10. So coming back here, I don't think Sienna has the cross. So we'll see if she ducks or if she lee bows. Looks like we're going for a lee bow. Tacking. Nice tight lee bow. Good job. Nice. I like that tight lee bow on Sienna's boat. Great job. Building speed. And I would guess the next move is we'll see Sienna attacking back onto port. James did 2 tacks just right there to Sienna's 1. So I think short-term advantage to Sienna, especially if there's a little left shift. A little left shift will allow Sienna to tack and cross James. Of course, it all depends on where the windward marks are. Here goes Sienna. Nice tack. I don't think she's across, but a nice strong lee bow. There she goes. 2, 1. Nice lee bow. Flattening the roll tack. Really good roll tack. And now the key here is to see if Sienna can build enough speed. Oh, Sienna's luffing now and reaccelerating to try to get James sort of off her. And I think they're going to this white mark. So we'll see if James can hold an overlap to the 2 boat length circle. And to me, it looks really tight. They're about in 2 right now. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to be. This is one of those situations where you'd never want to be the umpire because I don't know. Did James have an overlap reaching 2 or did he not? I wouldn't want to be making this call right now. And if I'm Sienna, maybe we just keep sailing fast and maybe you give James room anyways. If you can tack and cross James and give him mark room regardless, then no harm, no foul. And I think that's kind of what Sienna's doing, able to reach over James here, although James is in a controlling position to leeward. So what you might see is no, I guess he's going to set the kite. James sets the kite. Sienna set the kite. Nice kite sets. So Sienna's probably going to try to roll over James. And what James might be doing here is going to be trying to luff Sienna. And Sienna might be in kind of trouble here because they won't be able to jibe without following James. In match racing, when you're jibing, you don't have any rights until your sail fills on the new jibe. So this is great, kind of classic match racing here. James is the leeward and controlling boat and is sailing Sienna, going to sail Sienna totally off the race course. Really not much Sienna can do here besides sail her boat quickly and try to reach down in front of James, but I think it's windy enough that that's going to be impossible. I like the jib up move here. Sienna knows that they're sailing sufficiently far off the course that they're probably going to need to jib reach back to the finish line. So getting the jib up nice and early, I kind of liked there. I actually am not sure why they took the jib back down. There goes James for the jibe, and assuming that they're assuming James sailed sufficiently far, he's just going to reach back and cross the finish line in front of Sienna. So we'll see. We'll see if he did that, but I suspect that is the case. So this is probably the best match racing we've seen so far. Just waiting to get we'll see when the finish line comes into view, but I do expect that James took Sienna out far enough that they're just reaching back to the finish and he'll easily cross in front. But nice job, Sienna, kind of keeping a little lured overlap here. I mean, if James misjudged this, oh, and you know what? I am totally wrong too. Looks like they weren't going to the finish. They're going back upwind. But we're gonna transition to a commercial here as we change the drone battery. So that was great racing right there from Sienna and James. We just saw before the drone cut out, they did a perfect split rounding. So they both rounded opposite gates, one going left, one going right. So it'll be exciting to see who comes back ahead in that one. Nice racing. And that looks like that is the first race or one of the races in the 5-8 sail off. So James will race Sienna and looks like a best 2 out of 3. So whoever wins the first 2, and Peter and Pierce are racing in the other one. And it looks like Peter Bush is up 1-0 against Pierce Dowd in that one. And then I think the winners of that will also race in a best 2 out of 3 series to determine 5th place. And that a lot of times they do that knockout style, even with the people who don't make the semifinals in match racing, just so everyone has a position to sail off of, or to sail into, I should say. And then just a little check-in on the semifinals. We did watch that first one with Morgan and Dylan, and confirmed in the results. Dylan, as we saw on the live stream, Dylan won the first race, somewhat of upset, or maybe not. Dylan's just a little bit younger than Morgan, so we'll see how that one goes. And then in the other semifinal, Hamilton Barclay versus Thomas Seitzman, Hamilton won the first race, so Hamilton up 1-0. That one, as I said, I think based off the round robin results, Hamilton and Thomas were very, very evenly matched. Hamilton did beat Thomas in the round robin. I think that he did. So who knows? I think these shaping up to be very exciting semifinals, and I think the plan is to, from the regatta organizers, it sounds like the plan is to sail till around 4. So that will put us 2, who knows, maybe 3 races into the semifinal, maybe 2 races in the semifinal, and then they'll end the day there. And then tomorrow will just be the end of the semifinal, and then of course the finals, and they'll do petite finals for the teams that lose the semifinal and to race for that final podium position in 3rd place. And I guess with that, we'll take a short commercial break, and we'll come back to you with the next race of the semifinals. Stay tuned.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth. What the is my life?
Welcome back to the 2024 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships. We are watching the semifinals right now. This is race 2 of the semifinals between Hamilton Barclay and Thomas Seitzman. Hamilton is up 1-0. we are on an upwind. I suspect it's the second upwind. I think on the left, sort of on the right, protecting the right side of the race course is boat 8. In boat 8, that's Thomas Seitzman. And farther on the on the right side of your screen, but going up, farther to the left side of the race course as we're looking upwind is Hamilton Barclay. To me, it looks like pretty even race right now. So let's watch and see who comes out ahead. It'll probably depend on where they are relative to the marks. So if they're on ley line, maybe Hamilton's ahead. If they're not quite on ley line, maybe Thomas is ahead. So we just saw Hamilton tack. They do look like they have a clean cross on Thomas. And looks like they're going to this white mark here. So probably expect Thomas to tack. Yep, there they go. A little bit of a downspeed tack for them. I'm not sure if they went into it slow or if they just kind of had a bad roll tack. But come out looking pretty stopped there. Here's Hamilton and team with the set. Nice, pretty good hoist. Kite fully fill before their stern exits the mark. That's kind of your mark of success for a kite set. And they are on their way. We've got maybe at least a 15-second lead. Looks like 4 boat lengths or so. I suspect this will be a pretty hard lead for Thomas to claw back. But we will see. So if Hamilton... Oh, and you know what? I'm going to... No, I was right. Okay, that is boat 7 in front. Okay, so if Hamilton, and it looks like he will, does hang on here, he will go up 2 races to none against Thomas. And that will mean he'll only need to win 1 more race to qualify for the finals. So we'll see. But, even if he does that, it's not, unheard of for teams to come back from a 0-2 deficit. That definitely happens. And it does look like it's gotten pretty light out there. I mean, this is the lightest wind of the day. It's they must only have 6 or 7 knots of wind. So, the lighter the weirder it gets. We very well could see some passes. So let's just watch. I'd call it a pretty okay jibe for Hamilton there. The kite collapsed a little bit, but not too bad. Certainly not bad enough to lose a 4-length lead. Thomas looks like he's got a puff there, sort of rolling down. You could see Thomas's kite up there, sort of on top of your screen, is a little bit more full. Seems to have some more tug to it. Although Hamilton, I think, just got into that puff. I think see their kite kind of refill a little bit there. There is some sea state, definitely at least 1 to 2 feet. So the boat's rocking around, the kite kind of not luffing, but just the unstable kites. I think, nothing wrong with what the trimmers are doing. I think that's just the light air and the sea state. Yeah, 2 decent jibes there. I think maybe Hamilton eased the mainsail a little too much coming out of the jibe, so that collapsed the kite just a little bit. But everything's good, and still 3 or 4 length lead, so no problem. And they are on their first lap. So Hamilton coming in, keeping the kite up pretty late, and rounding, going right with some speed. We'll see if Thomas follows or goes for the jibe. So Thomas is going for the jibe. It does not exactly sure if it's the right move. It does make sense to split when you're the boat behind and go the opposite direction, but doing a kind of full 180-degree turn like Thomas did is pretty slow. So I don't know, almost 2 bad options for him. Following wouldn't have been great, but And a 180-degree turn to get around the mark is also not great. I think at this point they're hoping for a big left shift. So we'll see. And it'll be interesting to see what Hamilton does here. I think that, the two options are Hamilton could keep going right, or they could, I guess, taking option B that I was about to say, which is to tack and kind of stay in touch with the boat behind them. And I think that's the option they took. So not necessarily covering, but, not getting too far away, just in case there's a little left shift and, maybe they still stay ahead. Does look like they have a Hamilton and his team, who are on kind of the lower part of the picture, have a nice right shift here. They look like they're pointing pretty high and going pretty fast relative to Thomas and co. Almost look like they've doubled their lead, but again, the drone angles can sometimes be pretty deceiving. So we'll wait another minute and see. Okay, so coming up, you can see the windward marks in the top right of your screen. It looks like both boats will go all the way to the port lay line. And we'll see if Thomas was able to make any gains going left. To my eye, no, and it seems like Hamilton extended even farther. Probably a little bit of a right shift. And again, as we talked about at the bottom, Thomas deciding to split, but at the expense of doing that kind of 180-degree turn to get around the gate mark, I think cost quite a bit of boat speed. So, yeah, you can see now they're both on the port lay line, final approach to the last windward mark, and this is at least 10 boat lengths or so now. It's pretty hard to claw back from that unless something major happens. So we'll see him come. We got the bow person going up to the front on boat 7, Hamilton's boat. Getting the pole on nice and early. You might see them pre-feed the guy up to the end of the pole, or halfway to the pole maybe. Rounding the mark, 2, 1, they go for the hoist. Kite full, jib down. Nice set, they're on their way. It's going to be, you can almost call it here that Hamilton's going to cruise away with the win here and go up 2 races to none against Thomas, Seitzman, and crew. Yeah, at least 10 boat lengths. Pretty much a blowout at this point. So Hamilton will have his work cut out for them. They're going to have to figure out, do a debrief this evening. I'm not sure if they'll sail one more or not, or if we're done for the day. But assuming we're done for the day, they'll have to, debrief the crew and kind of figure out what they're going to do to close the gap. But I'd assume if Hamilton's up 2-0, especially with this much room between the boats, they're just a little bit better somehow. I don't know if it's boat speed, I don't know if it's boat handling or match race tactics, but sometimes a reset overnight is all that it takes. So we will see if Thomas is able to come back from a 2-0 deficit. They'll have to win 3 in a row to advance, whereas Hamilton, you see here, only needs 1 more win to advance to the finals. Looking good, kite nice and full. Cruising down to the finish line. And we can see some other races in the background. So yeah, Hamilton, one last jibe, and through the finish line. And right behind him, you can see a good little race with that red sail and that blue sail. Boat 5 and boat 1, so that's 6 and 1. 6 and 1. Oh, so that's Pinckney and Cy. And you can see Pinckney. Oh wow, what a finish. I think Pinckney got that by a foot. So assuming Pinckney got that, the Dylan Cy Morgan Pinckney semifinal will be tied up at 1-1. What a race. I could see them doing maybe 5 or 6 jobs in the background there. So that one's close. I think that might be the biggest surprise is I as we talked about earlier, I think Morgan was potentially the favorite. Had the most wins coming out of the round robin, and certainly probably the best resume on paper. But it looks like Dylan, won the first race, and if he didn't win that finish we just saw, was within a foot of doing it. So that might be the biggest story. Dylan Cy and crew sailing awfully impressively, I would say. Nice job to them. Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have a few more minutes on the drone here. Going upwind, we'll check out some of the 5 through 8 sail-off races. Let's see here. We have boat 5 and boat 3. So this is James Pine and Sienna Nichols. James Pine is in the blue boat in boat 5. Sienna's in the red boat, boat 3. Sienna is up 1-0 in this one. And these 5 through 8 races are just best 2 out of 3. So Sienna, a win here for Sienna. She will go through to the next knockout stage for the race for 5th place. A win for James, and they'll force a race 3. And there they go with sails down, rounding the gate mark. Pretty slow turn there from James. It kind of went dead downwind, lost a lot of speed. Sienna taking a ton of speed around that right gate mark. So, James may be leading a little bit there, but I think Sienna is now leading. That was incredibly slow gate mark rounding by James and team. I think Sienna was able to round clean, round quick, go right, and are now tacking, and I would put my money on Sienna and team being ahead on the next crossing. Nice job to them, especially when the wind gets light like this. Keeping the kite up late and approaching these marks on a nice angle so you don't lose any speed going around them is pretty crucial. And I think Sienna did a really good job there. I think James just came in a little too tight and had to sail dead downwind for a second without the kite up, which is pretty slow, especially in these wind conditions where they're sailing a little bit hotter angles with the spinnaker. Yep, and here they are cruising upwind. I think Sienna looks pretty good. I would guess she's ahead by at least a few boat lengths. Yeah, and it even looks like a right shift. So unless it's a big lefty here, I think James is in trouble. Right, and you can see here Sienna already crossing, so call it 4 boat lengths or so. Tacking to cover and even give James bad air. James tacks immediately, nice job. Sienna's going to build speed, get up to full speed, and probably expect attack from her right when she feels like she's at full speed, right about now. So that was good. Maybe it's about a 20-second speed build, which I think is just about right in this wind condition. And there goes James tacking back. Classic match racing here. I'd expect Sienna to attack right on James, right about here. Unless she thinks she's near the ley line, she can go just a few lengths and get to the ley line and save attack. So maybe that's possibly what's going on here. Nice, good crew work on Sienna's boat, all flattening pretty much at the same time. So I think Sienna extended there and didn't tack right on James' wind because she was going to the ley line, or that I hope that's why. That's why she did it. Otherwise, I think she wasted attack, but we'll see. Bow person is going up. No, we're tacking again. So I think a little bit of an error on Sienna's boat. You know, not maybe going a few more boat lengths and getting to ley line would have been smart, or maybe tacking on James a little bit earlier. Seems a little discombobulated. And you can see James clawed back there, right? When Sienna first came together with James, that was a full 4 lengths, and we're down to, 1 or 2. So I guess nice job to James for keeping, making it hard on Sienna and not letting her cover him. But I also think a little error on Sienna's boat by not handling the top there very well and maybe doing 2 extra tacks. Although with James not making the mark here, it's all going to be irrelevant. 2 slow tacks is going to end this race. And we're going to cut away from this, kind of transitioning back. I do think Sienna's she's going to cruise to the finish there, but that was good racing. I think James pulled that back, and Sienna will go up, I think, 2-0 and advance to the next round of the 5-8 knockout. And we'll with that, I think we're going to go to commercial, and when we come back, I do think the boats are done racing for the day, and we're going to have some interviews for you. So stay tuned.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth. What the is my life?
with y'all, yeah. To the beach, Wait, I met this girl when I was 12 years old. Give her everything, just shot of the world. Gonna get a grip every time. I tried to hold on, I slip deep in this feeling that gravity pulls me down. I know I'm tripping, I'm falling in love with the drum breaks. She keep me safe from the gunplay when I'm hungry. She feed my soul when I'm lonely. She keep me company. It's funny. I used to wanna grow older, travel with sight in these rounds. So they realize that she got me out of my mind. I'm trying to kick these nerves to grab hold to the microphone. Got him nodding along. Maybe she'll save the world for me. Maybe she'll right my wrongs if I'm coming on too strong. Oh well, only way to tell is by saying just how I feel, and that's real. You're something special for me. You got what I want.
All right, we are here post-racing with Dylan. Dylan was sailing with Connor Bennett. So I think, Dylan, just tell us a little about yourself and kind of like what position you were doing on the boat.
Yeah, so my name's Dylan. I live here in Marblehead, Massachusetts. I grew up sailing here at the Corinthian Yacht Club, the host venue for this. And I am currently doing pit on the boat, so cutting out a little here, I think. I'm helping with hoisting up the spinnaker and doing jib trim here and there around the marks and helping out on the upwinds with it too.
Cool. And how'd you end up? So Connor is from the San Francisco Bay Area. You're from Marblehead. How'd you end up on the boat?
Yeah, I was a last-minute call-in sub because their pit guy got stuck in Europe at some event and couldn't get back in time. But this, I was originally going to sail on Pierce Dowd's team, but had some logistical issues. So glad to be here. Got to make it.
Awesome. And how are you getting along with the team? You know, obviously a bunch of new people you maybe haven't met before. How's that going?
Yeah. I was obviously a little nervous going into it. Never met them, but instantly got along, hung out with them a little bit after the race days, making some jokes on the water. I think we've been all having a great time getting to know each other.
Cool. And you, so like before the racing started, you had a few days at clinic with two wonderful coaches, Janelle and Dave. What are the few things you've maybe picked up on or learned the most in the last couple days?
Yeah, well, so I also did Rose Cup last year, so I've got to know Dave a little bit, and he's just like an amazing coach. I'm kind of new to putting it all together. It's just been awesome to get to know more about this like kind of realm of sailing that I'm pretty new to.
Great, and you guys, you were in a sail off today for 9th place. Went 2-0. What were the keys to pulling that off on the course today?
I think our boat was a little mad at the beginning of the day, and we just kind of toned it down at the end, acted calm, and we were just all like on a better mood, and I think that was key to our success there.
Yeah, and I think the second race, I remember watching it, was it the crazy one where both boats rounded the wrong mark? So what was your guys' strategy on the first one? You kind of like went around 2 marks. How sure were you?
So we were about halfway out in the upwind, and we see Tor heading towards the white mark, and we were all like pretty positive that the green mark was the right one. So we just thought we'll go green, and then we'll round white, and then hopefully just catch them on the downwind and play it safe. And then we were going back up on the downwind. We had spinnaker issues. We had a huge hourglass, couldn't get it out. Mm-hmm. So we lost a little. We were about 5 boat lengths behind on the downwind, and then coming back up, we were already so far behind, but we were like so certain it was green. So we're like, we'll just round green. They're gonna round white, and hopefully we're right here. And then we ended up finishing, and we got the flag to win.
Cool. Well, congrats. And maybe one more really important question. What flavor polar seltzer are you drinking?
Right now I'm rocking Seaside Watermelon Punch.
Watermelon Punch. Cool.
Yeah.
I have Papaya Breeze. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Loving it.
All right. Well, thanks, Dylan, and congrats.
Sweet. Thank you.
Okay, we are here with another member from Connor Bennett's boat. Can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself, sailing background, things like that.
So I'm Robbie Upton. I met Connor Bennett because we both go to Fordham and we both love match racing. My coach got me into match racing when I was 15 and I've done it ever since. I'm the bowman. I put the kite up and I put the kite down. No one ever lets me touch the sheets, but I love it, and I'm from Connecticut. And my home club's 12 Meter Yacht Club.
Cool. And currently so you connected with Connor through college. It's not like a SF Bay Area thing.
Correct. Just college. I've been to California twice maybe, and I met him at Fordham. Maybe going back.
Cool. And do you do any of the match racing at Fordham for college, or just this?
So I was a freshman at Fordham this year, and I sailed Match Race Nationals qualifiers, and that was the only experience I had for Fordham match racing, but we'll be back strong next year.
Awesome. And I asked one of your other crew the same question, but you have two incredible coaches here, Janelle and Dave primarily. And so what have you picked up over the course of the week?
So both coaches have really been helping with my boat speed, because I've been also trimming jib on the upwinds, and I'm very grateful for that because they're both amazing coaches. And also my boat handling has been becoming a lot cleaner, especially getting accustomed to the sonar. Definitely a different boat than what I'm used to back at Oak Cliff in the match 40s.
Awesome. And today you guys went 2-0, won the race for 9th place. Nice to win something here. And
not yet. We got to get one more tomorrow.
One more tomorrow. I'm sorry. Okay, I was wrong. So one more tomorrow. You almost have won it. What were the keys to the course today? It looked light sometimes. Looked pretty choppy, or some rolling waves. What do you think?
That's a great question. I want to start off. The first key was probably going to the right mark. It seemed to help. I can confirm we did that. But I was kind of keeping a lot of power in my jib when I was going upwind. It's pretty choppy out there, flat sail, flat water, but kind of rolly, lumpy. So probably showing towards 3 inches off the spreader tip, and keeping power in the boat, communicating with my skipper, and then through the jibes, really just working with my kite trimmer, Ali Shan, who's doing great. Not killing the kite through the jibe, kind of working with her, not just rushing to put the pole on, but making sure that the kite stays through for the whole jibe, helping it around. There's a lot you can do. It's really fun once you get good at it.
Nice. And last and most important question, what flavor seltzer are you drinking?
Right now I have the raspberry limoncello.
Nice.
Pretty good flavor.
Awesome.
I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10. 8.5.
8.5 out of 10. Perfect. All right. Well, thanks and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, we're back here with the Barclays, Charles and Hamilton. Why don't we start with Hamilton? Why don't we start with you?
Sure.
Tell us, a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your background, kind of, what got you here and everything.
Yeah, so my name's Hamilton. My name's Hamilton. I'm 19. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I sail at Tulane currently, and I've just been a sailor since I was 6 years old, and I started doing youth regattas, and then eventually, once I got a little bit better at it, I hopped into the laser, started doing a bunch of those events, and then a couple of years ago, my dad talked to me saying, "Do you want to do the Rose Cup?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" And I just fell in love with it from there. It was learning from Dave Perry and Janelle, all those guys. It was just a super good experience. So yeah.
Cool, awesome. Yeah, my question, I was familiar with your single-handed experience, so I was wondering how you got into match racing, but that's a good story. So how many Rose Cups have you done?
So this is my third one and my last one too. So
okay, yeah. So we were talking about this before the interview. Your last youth regatta.
Yep. Yeah. So it's pretty surreal. Yeah, I've been doing pretty much just youth events my whole life, so I'm really trying to end this one out with a bang.
And Dad, how do you feel about that, and how do you figure in here?
Well, the Rose Cup is one of the most cost-effective events for the kids to go to. For the parents, it's great.
Yep.
It also gets them more experience in different boats, so it's an intro to adult-level sailing.
Right.
And the final thing I would say is that if they are interested, it makes them better crew, or we become better crew for them when they become adults or
right.
young adults, right?
Right.
So Hamilton and I have sailed together in big boats, keel boats, since he was about 10. And basically I would trim the main and turn the helm over to him to get him that kind of experience.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you how pleased I am to see the growth over the years of Hamilton, his crew, of his three other crew. This is their second or third Rose Cup with him this year, for this event. And I think it's just great.
Nice.
It's a fantastic thing.
Yeah, and match racing's pretty cool, right? Because can be very intergenerational. I know I sailed the U.S. match race champs this fall, and sailed against like Dave Dellenbaugh, right? Many years older than me, kind of match racing legend, and just super cool, all that stuff.
Yeah, you don't have that gray hair yet.
No, not yet. I'm his daughter's age. Okay, so yeah, maybe turning back to today's Rose Cup, right? You guys were pretty dominant through the round robin, qualifying in second, and dominant through the quarters. Been dominant through your semifinals so far. So what are the keys to all that?
I think today a lot of it was boat speed. It was really light and choppy, so I just want to first of all just say a huge thanks to my crew, William Baker, Ava Anderson, Hayden McCready. They did an amazing job today with around all corners of the course, and I think what helped us is we just kind of had a fast. We were just faster than everybody, I think. So
Right.
I think that certainly helped a lot, and yeah, it was all because of good crew work and the practice that we put in prior to the event.
Right. And what actual practice did you do prior to the event?
So we practiced at Texas Corinthian Yacht Club in Texas. So one of the members there generously let us use his boat, which was super nice. So we got about maybe 5 to 6 days of practice on that. And then we were actually fortunate enough to come up here after the Laser North Americans, which happened a few weeks ago, and get a little bit of practice in these sonars. So
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And anything you're looking, you were dominant today, but always a little room for improvement.
Yeah.
So, potentially different conditions tomorrow. I haven't looked at the weather. What are you thinking about going into tomorrow?
Definitely the pre-starts. That is always a big focus for us, just because of how important it is in match racing. So I think tomorrow we're just going to try and get our time and distance better and get our ley lines better and just sharpen everything up.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, good luck, and
thank you.
Potentially see you in the finals if you can get that one last win.
Yeah, we're hoping to go there tomorrow. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Eliza Gary from U.S. Sailing back at you again. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and we are very grateful to have Clinton Hayes to commentate today. Tomorrow morning, the live stream presented by GoPro begins at 10:30 a.m. with live commentary from Ansgar Jordan. Thanks so much. See you tomorrow.